Okay. We should be live here. Let me just see what we can do. And I'll get us set up. First of all, let's get this fixed. Do 5.0 dev, that's fine. Windows around. Oops. Annoying. That's good enough. I just need, I just need my stream title to be set. We should be good. Oh, this is fine. We just have to do this, right? Oh, okay. Good enough for now. So, let's talk about what's going on here. It's a little weird, honestly. We still have some results. This will take a long time. Interesting. This is I think honestly the best thing here. The best thing What in the heck? Much better. Okay. So here's the plan. We just need to update a bunch of envs. For Puffer 5. Okay. Have Grok on here? Don't have Grok on here. Let me flip my OBS for a second while I just stick Grok on here. We're going to use probably just 4.5 is good enough. I'm just doing this to authenticate. Oops. Continue, allow. Well, this works and this works. Flip my screen back. Hello, welcome, Liberté. I need to change the screen res so I can actually see what's happening. There, that's good. Okay, so here's the plan at the moment. We're going to start refactoring. Hello? Oh. Puffer, train, pong. Nice. So this works. Should we just go through the checklist of M's, I'd say? Checklist of M's. Let's start with smoke tests. Okay, well, so let's just get ourselves a list of what M's are currently ported and which ones aren't. And then we'll kind of go through and we'll fix everything. I think we have a major bug to fix. Fin reported. We have some tools to fix. We have all the M's to get ported up and cleaned. Okay, this is fun. So I think that we have like a lot of M's at this point. We need to kind of make a list of which of these we care about. We're gonna keep all the major stuff. We actually don't have that many on here, do we? There are a bunch more that we just have not. Well, this is gonna get merged in, of course. WebAssembly versions. Okay, still lots to do. I convert. Drone's good for continuous. Actually, this being nice for continuous is very useful, right? I vaguely saw a thing. Hang on, convert. Let me see what's this. I'd have to look up the background on whether that's well posed. Finn is doing some pretty cool stuff on NetHack at the moment. A really good benchmark. Gotta get Valo's M's up on here as well. Okay. Most of these are fast. We'll do code review shortly, Convert. Let me get all the current M's ported up to 5C. I should have told it to do this multi-thread, but it's fine. Convert, snake. I would actually like to know whether we have snake working as of the time being. I broke that at some point, and it bothers me. We don't just have that nice. So a little bit of background. I've kind of just been controlled on algorithm stuff for the last few days. It's still going to be probably a day of background spinning work until we have some confirmations. I think that the most likely thing, though, is that there was a bug in Puffer 3 and 4. However, the bugged version actually works better. A lot of the literature that we relied on for some stuff is unfortunately wrong, like top 10 papers. Well, we actually in the last week we've found like two problems with two different top 10 papers in the field. We are somewhat insulated from the actual issue though because of Muon. I think ultimately the Puffer codebase is going to get a little simpler and we're going to be able to drop like 4 hyperparameters. But unfortunately, we might even be able to get a little bit of more performance, by the way, as well. But unfortunately, it kind of kills off a whole avenue of research that I thought we had available to us with off policy, and that's quite bad. Or not with off policy, but with off policy correction for nearly on policy algos. Very annoying. Okay. Like stuff like this, right? Tab. Why does this break when I hit tab, man? And like, why is this not just a perfect policy? Like, why does this get broke? Like, why does this happen? Should be able to do better. Probably can fix a lot of these now. Upside down buffer. Yeah. I think we're gonna kind of go through and just fix a lot of the ends. Merge in a bunch of new ones. Sweep thing fixed. PR. Let me see the one-liner. I'll copy it from your thing. I don't have a multi-GPU machine at the moment, like, spun up to test. But yeah, that's a really good find. Thank you for that. I don't know how I did that. I really don't. It must have just been refactoring, man. I haven't tested multi-GPU since I did the whole 5C refactor. At least not well. But, I assume then if you're doing this, right, that you're doing, like, some sort of... Well, are you doing multi-sweep, or are you getting, like, a fast 8 GPU config? Because in some sense, like, the number of steps that you're doing on NetHack right now is actually kind of small for an env of that complexity. I'm doing a couple 100 mil steps. We've also just had a whole bunch of algo issues lately. Beeps weren't finding anything. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I wonder whether like Breakout taking 1,000 experiments to sweep or whatever was from this as well. No, because I did single GPU sweeps as well. Breakout's just a really tight tuning task, and there's probably a lot of seed variance. Like, this is why Breakout is no longer a good task. By these. 2+ weeks in sweep. Yeah. I really do think that you need to have more depth sweep stuff in. Like the score stuff, if you're gonna write a blog post on score or whatever, like go ahead. Because you have Giga Soda. But like you have Giga Soda on a metric that's bad. You also have Giga Soda on a metric that's good. People just don't know that that's the important metric yet. Could you get a Medusa screenshot? Like, has it gotten there? $100K episodes. Probably couldn't 100K episodes. I mean, that's fine. You can just run those real quick, right? Definitely use the multi-GPU boxes if you need them for experiments and stuff. Like, please don't leave them running overnight and stuff with, like, idle or whatever. But, like, yeah, you want to go to lunch and leave it idle so you don't have to spend 20 minutes spinning it back up, by all means. Like, we really, really want to make stuff easy for you to do this type of stuff. Because hopefully this is a good learning experience, but at the same time, like this is not like your typical internship where it's like, oh, the projects may be useful to us, maybe not. This is like really, really, really useful for us to have, for internal research. You know, like NetHack is a really, really good benchmark. I think if we get it fast enough and not jank enough, right? Like this could become our best single agent benchmark end by far. It's also possible that Craft Axe ends up being better if it's unsolved. Um, After we like fix some stuff up with it, just because it'll be faster, but possibly not. You know, maybe NetHack's just better. Oh, okay. I guess we actually kind of already did many of them. We need to start building demos for everything. Do wonder with sweep. Tower defense any. I think I'm just gonna get an 8 GPU box after these basic cleanups. I'm gonna grab the latest version, and we're just gonna start automating the process of like getting current new demos and stuff. Okay. Yeah, this can be easy. This can definitely be made easy. We'll get your one-line multi-GPU fix. I'll get myself a vast box. What am I working on? Cleanups, mostly end side cleanups for Puffer 5. And new baselines for stuff. I think that mainly, so there are just a few miscellaneous porting errors that can be cleaned up automatically here. And then after that, so once we have all the M's at least trainable, I'm going to grab an 8 GPU box, put all this onto the 8 GPU box, and then we're going to start running baselines for everything. Algo stuff has been a disaster, E10. Though I think it's been at least as much of a disaster for the integrity of the field overall than it has been for me personally. Impala just doesn't work. At least from the experiment so far. It does not work. Hello, welcome. Async does work, Finn. Yep, async works. So, the thing with async, right, is it works. It's a small degradation. You can hyperparameter tune your way around it, but most of the things that are intended to address async and off-pol lag do not work at all. So it works as is. Our current thing is pretty robust, but all possible avenues of improvement are just screwed. It's not even a straight reproducibility crisis, though. It's not like the experiments written in the paper don't work. It's like the conclusion that they draw is wrong because their baselines were weak. Every time. So TRPO, that guarantee does not actually, the guarantee that it gives you is not actually the practical guarantee that you care about, which is the multi-step reuse guarantee. It gives you a single step guarantee. So TRPO was useless, even as a theoretical test. Like that was never going to be kept, of obviously, because it's slow. PPO, definitely that does not work at all. Like the clip does not work at all as a trust bound. It works as a heuristic hack to prevent you from immediately collapsing due to very bad samples only. Vtrace is a disaster. Vtrace basically doesn't work under any setting. And then the choice of live versus frozen value seems to matter less, though I'm not fully certain on this one quite yet. We're seeing on that. Also, at the same time, prioritized replay, our big thing from Puffer 3, no longer seems to matter. However, this one I'm less bummed about because this was not me being incorrect. This is a consequence of us having longer rollout segments now from the Puffer 4 architecture, so that one's totally fine. But yeah, it's been like a whole mess. A really whole big mess. Atom on local time works as a correction to Atom. That seems fine. If you push to very high sample reuse, you can see a difference from it not collapsing momentum. However, very high sample reuse will screw you up due to off-policiness. None of the off-policy correction techniques works, so even though you're screwed for a different reason, you're still screwed. And then the momentum thing is less of a problem in muon anyways because of the orthogonalization, so it's kind of a wash. I don't know what they're doing. I would be very surprised if they're doing the stuff that we are. Correct metric for off-pol. It's not about, well, do you mean metric or the correction, right? We can very easily measure off-policiness via importance sampling, but the problem is no method I have tried whatsoever actually helps. At least, like, not more than just doing a basic PPO clip baseline, which trivially you can make fail at higher sample reuse. And you're not getting like a smooth improvement with higher sample reuse either. You're mostly getting like fails slightly less catastrophically at higher reuse. It's not ideal. Overview of the algo change. Basically, nothing really survives, honestly. I can talk about all the different things I've gone through, right? So we found a bug where vtrace was not actually enabled. So we tried various forms of vtrace with either a frozen value function, a live value function, a frozen advantage estimate with live importance, a live advantage estimate with frozen importance. We tried all the possible different variations. And this was not just like randomly trying variations either. The key distinction here, right, is PPO, as it's originally written, uses a frozen advantage estimate, and then it runs several epochs of gradient descent or whatever. Whereas Impala, typically you only do one update step, but you do it on lagged asynchronous data using a live value estimate. So given that it's actually not clear whether you should use a live or a frozen value estimate when you combine both of them, and I thought that there was probably just going to be some subtlety in there where like it needs to be live or it needs to be frozen or part of it needs to be live. But after a whole bunch of hacking around, the best I can figure is just vtrace itself doesn't really work. It doesn't actually provide a useful off-pol correction in any of the experiments I've seen across multiple M's, across, many hundred different runs of different things. So it kind of doesn't matter how you integrate it because it just doesn't work, which is sad. So now we no longer really need to design around making stuff work for the off-pol corrections because they just generally don't work, sadly. It does feel very weird to me that vtrace does not work. It seems like it should work, but it doesn't. This is also not like obviously wrong to me. Comes down to like co-optimizing your, like, tuning your hypers for your thing and then not really testing the baseline nicely. It's also mixed to begin with. Like, look at this. Okay, so they have this one-step correction here, and one-step correction is better on two of the tasks. It's better than vtrace on two tasks already, and the other ones are pretty similar for the most part already. So, like, I don't even know what the error bars are here. It's kind of just questionable the amount that we should expect to get from vtrace anyways. I don't know. We can look at the lag thing. Where's the lag distribution? We might be able to look at some more ablations in here, but I haven't been able to find anything, and I've been doing a lot of work on this the last several days. It's very annoying. No, what's that? What is that? Picked off Paul. You know, that's kind of the big question. So I went back through my work from 3.0, and the the thing that I came up with is this like beautiful, it's honestly the only good piece of theory I've ever produced. Other than well, I guess I've done some good architecture stuff, but like it's so annoying because look at this. It's just buried in this blog post. This thing right here is an amazing result. This is a 2-line combination of importance sampling with generalized advantage estimation that perfectly generalizes both vtrace and JE. It contains both of them in an extra 2 lines of code. Unfortunately, vtrace is crap. That's the problem. Useful in robotics. What the heck is this? Yeah, I assign less than a 10% probability this works. Like 1 in 10 this thing works. This is combining too many different things that I know for a fact don't work. Yeah, no way. Hey, Valo. Different entropies. Did you reproduce Invala in a simple environment? You can get. I've seen vtrace give benefit, if you make the baseline stupid enough. The problem is that, like, if you try to reproduce Impala, the baseline is so weak that anything works. So it's not meaningful to just, oh, if you can reproduce it, it'll be useful, because the baseline sucks. Eaton, then that's probably something specific to robotics with entropy, because, like, that does not give you meaningful exploration in other tasks. Like, the off-policy sampling, like, to distill the data, like, that doesn't work. The diversity thing, like, that doesn't work at all. I know, like, there's no way. Actually read a paper? I read lots of papers. The thing is, I just don't, like, most of them do not work. That's why I don't read them. It's not because I don't, like, know how to read papers. I've been doing this for a decade. Even the papers that look really good and seem like this definitely should work, they don't half the time. It's only for continuous actions. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense to me. It's more likely the case in my mind that robotic space is just really jank. Their code bases suck, and they have some really weak baselines that are difficult to understand why they're weak because the code bases suck. I've definitely seen several examples of this being the case before. It's hard to be precise with these things because if you look at the actual changes in Puffer algorithm versus, like, basic vanilla CleanRL, they're pretty small, but there's a world of difference in how well Puffer just works out of the box. What the problem is? Um, so the problem I've been having for the last week is that we were attempting to make what started off as making some basic optimizer fixes for high sample reuse, went into finding out a big issue with our off-pol correction mechanism, to basically finding that no off-pol correction mechanism whatsoever actually works, like, at all. It pretty much seems that it is the case that PPO clip gives you some stability to outlier samples, and then having a better optimizer lets you run more steps without blowing up. But you can never just there's nothing out there that just lets you make use of increasingly off policy data, like, effectively or even without collapsing. Basketball env took 1 bill steps on default config. SAPG did. Again, like, I've worked with a couple of robotic stacks. They just have so much bespoke crap in there that you're not going to just be able to, like, slot Puffer in. It would be a pretty substantial amount of work. They've, like, The best way I can describe it is generational trauma of robotic students encoded into horrific, like nested onion of code. They just have like lots of really weird domain specific hacks and tricks that are encoded into a big mess, and then they're all correlated in a weird way and very brittle. The MPC doesn't work even in simple M's. Like, the thing is, just distilling from different entropies is so incredibly... Like, do you understand how incredibly janky that is? I mean, even doing something as simple as, like, conditioning on a target entropy would make more sense than that. Oh yeah, Valo, what... Valo, you said you were working on something? Device... 'Ob size more than half? Ooh. Yeah, very nice. I mean, that does tend to happen, Valo. Sometimes you have to go down those rabbit holes to figure out stuff. Sometimes you kind of do it to yourself. It's a tough trade-off to learn. And this is vendored as well. $800K SPS? Way better. That's usable. Resource recommendations. Oh yeah, I have lots of materials on that. They're all free. Just go to my articles tab here. I have some stuff on our latest research, especially 4.0, this article here, and some of the related, like 4.0 articles. But then my general RL guide is here. This is still good. Context usage. What did I click here? Cool. Oh, it went to 4.6 by default. I didn't even notice. That's cool. We're gonna put this onto an HEP box. The hell? That's not supposed to do that. Okay. Okay. And let me get this committed. Oop. Okay, nice. Now we're gonna go grab a vast box. Grab us something decent. Self-play truly worked well. We have some good results on robocode so far, and we have some good results on our professional work. It's not self-play is not solved yet, though. I will say it's definitely not solved. Okay. Hey, what the heck? Why? Why do we only have 3 results? Why are there only 3 results for 8x 5090s right now? Hello? That's weird. Well, 64 cores. This looks fine, right? 13.0. Creating. Up to. I'm about to just go grab an HGPU box and basically try to just run through a whole bunch of ends and see what we've broken with training and whatnot. And basically just try to ship us a whole bunch of new baselines. Oops. Where's it go? Okay, so do I have... I think I need to add my public key. Oh no, guys. Steal my public key. There we go. Oh my gosh, the input lag. What the heck? Oh, that's okay. Okay. And I think what we're gonna do... few things. Do we have a 5.0? No. This is... oh, we had a 5.0 branch. Dev? Oh. Fix VAST setup. Oh yeah, this is fine, right? Huh? Stop dropping my keystrokes. Good thing. Go grab Grok build. No Spanish? Me apellido Suarez. Claro que puedo hablar español. Más o menos, al menos. I had to learn on my own, but yes. My father's from El Salvador. It's not vanilla PPO. It's arguably closer. But the optimizer is doing a lot of work for us. Honestly, the biggest change is Muon. And that might seem like, oh, you just switched the optimizer. But the thing is, if you don't have Muon, there's several other changes that you need to make to the algorithm that become much more necessary. And also the stuff like the prioritized replay, that also becomes more necessary without the architecture change as well. So like if you just like try to implement PPO off the original paper without our other stuff, like you will not get anywhere near the same result. Arguably, we also have the async mode in now for speed. The arc change, our own puffer architecture. We have a post on it. That architecture is really good. Like our arch is really, really good. It is it's a combination of linear recurrence and hyper connections or hyper connections, highway connections. Getting confused with my other paper. Take forever. Oh, puffer clone. We'll fix that. The IS stuff with Muon. IS stuff did not work. Yeah, so IS stuff does not seem to work super well. It is a very nice generalization. So if you want to do anything based on IS, like our implementation is going to be by far the best. That is also my own theoretical result. That specific advantage function. And again, like if you don't have the architecture, you're forced to train on shorter segments. And training on shorter segments means that you need prioritized sampling much more. So they're just a whole bunch of very tightly coupled things in the design of this. RL on a really slow problem. Yeah, RL on slow problems does not work. That's not a fun time. I generally am not a big fan of like train a neural net to replace the sim. That's never been a line of work I've had much faith or confidence in, especially based on what I've seen done with that in conjunction with RL. I have seen a lot of progress being made just by cutting some corners on the sim and making stuff dramatically faster. Why is this so slow? Ugh. throttling me. Why not? Yeah, so I will probably at the very least disable it and remove it from the defaults. I'm going to leave the implementation in there because again, if you want to do anything based on IS, like this is essentially the cleanest, best possible version that you could want from it. Like, I mean, you have like dozens of papers on one line of RL and dozens of papers on another line of RL. And I basically have a 2-line change to the advantage function that generalizes all of them perfectly. So that's pretty cool. There's still some additional things to ablate, mind you, on the whole IS thing. This is so obnoxious, by the way, that this does this. 120k. Like, you go and rent a machine. Let me see if I can kill this, actually. We don't need torch. What about random networks? That's separate. We swapped Puffer 5 and Puffer 6 plans. I know that totally on-pol PPO is A2C. In practice, you're off-pol after a single mini-batch. You're off-pol after literally a single mini-batch. And yes, it matters. Like, if you drop the clip from PPO, you completely crash perf. I've tested this extensively. Hey, Jess. Okay, this is way better. I'll go. It's 5C stuff, Jess. I'm booting up here a 5 GPU, or no, an 8 GPU box. And the goal is just going to be to crank all the environment baselines out today. Like, to at least know which ones we can train on, and which ones are good perf, and which ones are breaking and stuff. I figured I could just grab an 8 GPU box and have Grok just orchestrate stuff. And that should just be fine. IS is important sampling, yes. And I mean the n-step V-trace style important sampling. Grok really isn't Valo. Like, Grok, you can still do very nice, narrowly scoped things, and the model is very fast. This is not the model doing stuff for hours. This is experiments running for hours. Why not use a tiny box? Because we have 2 of them and they're both dead. We've had GPU failures or like problems on both of them that have like taken them both down, and I'm not going to be back at that facility for another couple of months to fix them. And we've already spent like an extra $6,000 or $7,000 in compute credits over the last couple months as a result of that. So, not a happy customer at this point. By contrast, I've been running way more stuff on my 5090 single GPU box, and I've had 0 issues. Yeah, it's to the point that I'm gonna have to start factoring the compute expenses more so. What could be the issue? No idea. This is so obnoxious. See, this is why you need your own hardware as well. Because, like, these assholes will tell you, oh, yeah, it's got, like, a 2 gig internet connection. And then I'm here fucking doing 200 kilobit clones. Sharding on the... Wait, sharding on the end side. What do you mean? Like, one env on multiple machines? GitHub has problems, lovely. I think that's typically just actions or stuff, though, not the core. Just use your single G. Is it? Yes, it's very important to have multi GPUs. Especially for what I want to be doing here. I essentially want to... I want to start getting us benchmarks on all the different envs here. And the easiest way to do that is going to be... Is this it? No. Here. Yeah. Super annoying, though. Like, what is this? Feels slow now. Yeah, Jess. Oh, also, apparently we had a major multi-GPU sweep bug. I don't know if that affected your stuff, but, I think it probably crept in a pretty recent refactor. So probably not. I'm patching it now. I literally just broken multi-GPU sweep silently, so only one GPU was actually doing real work. Oh, that's really nice. 99% on lag 4. So that's basically the original setting. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with that. We'll run this as confirmation. We actually get to remove something from the one of the original PPO implementations as well, which is we get to remove the advantage norm, or at least replace it with a simpler form. Dealing with Vast is definitely annoying. Is this Bowen? No, this is a different Bowen, right? ML if I don't have access to GPUs. You need a GPU. If you don't have a GPU, you can rent one for like 10 cents an hour, like a decent one. Let me use the restroom real quick while this finishes setting up. I'll be right back. DPS has Vast. Vast has GPUs. Okay. I just genuinely don't understand how this is stuck. It's just complete crap. Something's weird as well, because Vast only had like 3 machines listed. They've had some outages. Yeah, so this is frustrating, but this will ultimately simplify some things, so I think it's fine. Particularly if we can do mazes in 2048 without prio, that means we don't need prio at all. Which we might even be able to confirm that real quick. Hang on. Okay, no, this has very strong prio on it. So we'll have to double check that for sure. That's a relatively quick test, though. Has this been stuck at 89.93? You've got to be kidding me. Like, what? Do I just need to get a different box? I'm confused. Like, oops. Why are there a whole bunch now? There weren't before. They've also uppriced them massively. This will work, though. 96 cores. This will work. This is fins. We get rid of this. Don't mess with fins. 56 core, what the hell? Taiwan was fins. I hope. If I fuck this up, I'm gonna be really sad. No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't delete fins by mistake. Collateral plus puffer is working. 10% win rate. Heh. That's fun. Cool. I like to see puffer on different things. Let's just do. So work in a second. Oh my god, this is immediately way better. Okay. Immediately way better. Let's get our install. I don't know why I keep falling for like those shitty scam machines. Like, presumably they do have GPUs, but they're so terribly administered, they're basically worthless. And we do not need torch. Be good. Something's. I know that these servers are typically fine, so something's weird today. That's better at least. If it goes down to 100 something and stays there, it's GitHub being weird today. I think it actually is GitHub being weird today. I don't know. Bizarre, man. It's bizarre. Let's get this. Why does my browser not work? I'm so confused. Okay. IS, Prio were both 0. It's not that it's not that Prio doesn't do anything. It's that the feature is subsumed by longer horizon, which now works because of the 4.0 architecture. Like, Prio was 100% needed to get Soda on our harder tasks in Puffer 3. It's not just like, oh, we did a stupid thing and overcomplicated it. V-Trace was kind of we did a stupid thing, to be fair, and overcomplicated it. But it's not like we just uniquely, it's us. It's also like the whole field. I mean, that's a top 10 paper in the field. Did a stupid thing and overcomplicated it. So at that point, I don't really know what to tell you. I'm so confused. Whatever, dude. It's GitHub. GitHub's like something wrong today. I don't know. Yeah, I do agree. Like, it does really feel like stuff is just going to hell and breaking randomly. I mean, like, crucial infrastructure is just like Look, now it gives us 29 megs a second. Huh? Right? I actually don't think we do. I looked at Jai. Eh, there's stuff to like. It's too much. It's too much. I think he's very good, but you could make everything just work in plain simple C, honestly. I really don't think the language is a problem. Normuon. Is that the cautious variant or is it different? I have not tried that. I need one GPU open. I'm trying to think what else I want to do with this. Adaptive step size. Oh, that actually is going to interact badly, I would think, with sample reuse. So we see the Optim thing I was looking at. This paper here. This is a nice thing to find. It seems like Muon is more robust to this, though. Could try it. So we just get rid of this sharded crap, right? That's for big nets. Okay, let's get started with this, finally. It's kind of funny, actually, like, we would have to change a couple things about our optimizer if our nets got much bigger, but our current design is fine up to tens or even hundreds of millions. Low single-digit overhead. Wait, low single-digit versus Muon? Because low single-digit overall overhead would be, like, additional. That would probably wipe out any gain we'd get from it. No, it's not atom plus orthogonalization. It's, depending what variant, just Nesterov momentum plus orthogonalization. Muon works very, very well, though. Like, of all the things, all the different algorithm things that we've tested, Muon was the one that immediately gave us a, like, big, big noticeable benefit and has survived pretty much everything else we've done. That and the architecture. Our architecture is also pretty damn big. Kind of random. Not random. Just momentum and orthogonalization. Nice. That's good. So we will play with this and probably we'll leave a GPU open on this machine for us to play with. Because I think there are a few M's like Snake that I want to make sure work, and we might have to change some obs and stuff. This is cool though. We have 99% on mazes at lag 4. So that's with 4 epochs of lag. We have 99%. Obviously, we're never actually going to have 4 epochs of lag. This is a stress test. And value trace never really helps at all. It actually kind of just hurts. How do you solve reward? What do you mean reward collapse? Reward collapse is not a thing. Like, that would be policy collapse. And that's typically like bad numerics and stuff. If you're using Torch and Torch's numerics are bad, you just go cry, because you're never going to be able to understand what Torch is actually doing well enough to fix it. But if you have full control over your entire numeric stack like we do, then you figure out what's wrong and you fix it. I mean, that's not like a specific problem. It's not like, oh, reward collapses under PPO or something. That is like specific numerical jank for the most part. Um, that's like kind of like saying, how do you solve loss collapse in supervised ML? It's like, well, you shouldn't be getting loss collapse. And it's typically like your numerics or your infra or whatever. I put smaller learning rate and then it doesn't collapse. Can also be unstable hyperparameters. You also shouldn't be manually tuning hypers, though. Take 30 minutes plus so I can't sweep properly. Yeah, then you're basically screwed, is the problem. You can't do RL if, like, your experiment cycle is too long. Now, actually, 30 minutes is not bad, because you just grab an 8 GPU box, and that means that you get 48 experiments per GPU per day. So now you can still get hundreds of experiments per day. You can actually sweep. Now, if you don't have any hardware access, you should not be working on problems that you can't train faster than that. The simulator is slow. Yeah, that's called being screwed. "30 minutes per experiment is still sweepable with a little bit of hardware, though. Is it 10x less steps? I mean, it can be. We typically versus untuned see like a factor of maybe 3-ish. It really depends on your problem. But at this point, I'll say that it's enough of a difference that we consider like a full hyperparameter sweep to be a required part of research. Solving all games on the puffer cluster headless in 2028. I mean, this is basically what we're doing right now, right? Like, I'm literally just having this thing. It's not doing anything complicated, right? It's just basically doing what I would do if I were to like run train on each env on a different GPU, build, fix any obvious screw ups with the thing crashing or whatever, log whatever is wrong, and then kick me back any errors so I can address any errors here. Larger versus stacking. Small hidden size, but multiple layers. I don't think there's a massive difference, Jess. Like, they probably scale together roughly. If you want a default, like 3x 128 or 3x 256 is probably fine. Like, I probably more layers at higher dim. I don't know. I think wider is good up to a point though, because the extra matmul calls are linearly slower, where the increased hidden size is not linearly slower until you get it big enough. And I think, did we do Snake on 2-0 or 3-0? Like 110-ish score? Go check 3-0 real quick. Yep, this is correct. Total agents. Yep, this is all fine. We're happy with this. Biggest to use is reward design, which half the times is unnecessary. Yeah, you really don't want to go ham on reward design, frankly. Like, the delta-based rewards for continuous stuff is kind of useful, because they're not hackable. This also has. Where is he now? I don't know where he is now. Hmm. Robotics, I had to do reward design. Robotics is a mess, man. The whole thing is this like a locally optimal jigsaw puzzle disaster. I'm not going to take no for an answer on that one because I remember back when RL was still very popular, I remember the robotics RL people being less competent at the RL side than the games RL people, and the games RL side people were a disaster to begin with. Let me see. Big mini batch sizes. There you go. Why using Grok? Because it's faster. And as of today, it's apparently also just as good. Yes, I've tried all the alternatives. They're all dumb. They all make utterly laughable, stupid mistakes. The main difference is how long that they make me sit here waiting in between. And if they make me just sit here waiting in between for too long, they're like not even valuable whatsoever versus me doing everything fully manually. Like, what is this thing doing right now? This is basically just saving me some orchestration work of like having to go manually go through each environment, run the build command, wait 10 seconds, run the launch command, right? And it can do this in parallel for the 8 different GPUs. So that would probably take me like, I don't know, 45 minutes. And this thing can do it in like 15 minutes or 10 minutes. It's actually like has experiments running as well at the same time here. Um, but if it's going to sit there and take 2 hours to write the code harness to set that basic stuff up, then it goes to 0 value because now it's just wasting my time. Okay, it's good. It's good. I am also curious. We definitely need to improve the way that we set up our demos. Oh, I've tried to use the agents for stuff more complex. They fail horrendously and then they waste even more of my time. Even most of the time, even when I think I'm trying to do something that's fairly simple, they still fail and waste my time. I had an agent just like revert a chunk of code that was the core control condition for my experiments yesterday without me noticing and wasted the next 3 hours worth of my own work like trying to figure out what was wrong. Okay. 5 minutes left. Cool. Tetris possibly off. Let me think what we can do. Is there any way we can get GPU 7. Yeah, I I don't know how I can tell you guys other than like that shit does not work. It's like if I get one idiot to do it and another idiot to check it, it's still going to be wrong. Hey, Glitzy. Like, you're basically just deluding yourself if you think that you can, like, prompt the stupid language models into not being stupid. Again, adding it to, like, 10, you can't prompt your language model into not being stupid. I'm trying to think how I want to organize this to, like, chuck it on the website. To table, maybe. We definitely need all the perf numbers. Heh. Yeah, Glitzy. I'm I'm trying to think what we should do with the like the website with our baselines. I mean, we do, like, have Constellation for this, right? I think Constellation's already the right thing, and we just have to, like, locally basically check all the scores. Cart pull, purpose. Yeah. We check over the sweeps. Did you see the massive multi-GPU sweep bug that Finn reported this morning? I actually can look at those sweeps now from you, though. Let me go look. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then I'll take a look at your sweeps. Be right back. Any multi-GPU thing. Okay, if you haven't done multi-GPU sweeps, then you're fine. Let me see what you've sent over. Okay, so what am I looking at? Let's see, do you have more screenies than this? We got drive, which is, I think this is a restricted bit. Like, I don't know if it's the full env, but it's fine. This is all. Yeah, I'll look at any individual curves. That's nice. Basically, anything that looks weird is something that I can possibly go fix on the env side or whatever right now. Only drone went kinda boom. We'll double check that. Okay, yeah. Oh no, this is, I think this is not even merged in correctly as Y. So we'll do freeway and then we'll get drone. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we just get a solve neural MMO. Curves on Discord. Let's see this. Let's see. Oh, this is going to be useful. Thank you, actually. Something screwy with asteroids if it doesn't learn well. I believe this curve because I think that this is matching what I'm seeing. So, okay, we'll figure this one out. Why does asteroids not learn? This should be a simple game. Sokoban, I think we do have better results than this, but it took a while, if I recall. Breakout's wrong. Yeah, breakout's wrong. Look at this. 30 seconds to solve breakout? No way. So I don't know what happened here. This is really screwy. Oh, unless you're on a really slow GPU. But breakout taking 30 seconds is nuts. Connect 4. Oh, no, because Connect 4 solves in 30 seconds. So yeah, that doesn't make sense, that one. Okay. Wait, because this is breakout. Wait, this is breakout. Okay, and then this is Connect 4. Okay. Yeah. Drive. Drone, that's fucky. We'll figure this out. Yeah, Enduro does this because Enduro is like it's an endless thing, so it's mostly just a function of how long you run it for. 2048 is the hard one. This one you need to run for a long time, and this is our most important eval task as well. Pong is very slow, but yes, solves. Snake is actually interesting that you managed to get perf out of Snake. I might want some hypers from you on Snake for this. And Tetris, I don't know how this maps to score, but this is the curve shape I remember. Cool. Without changing each env. Yeah, but like wide distribution is the algo is supposed to narrow it. Like the algo is supposed to narrow it, right? Unless you're saying that you used like a fixed model size or something. Checkers is slow as hell. That's funny. Let's see. Oh yeah, why the hell is checkers 21k SPS, Jess? Like, we can't use an env that's slow. I did nothing. That's all glitzy? Oh, okay, that's glitzy's env. Cool. Where's this bug report? Just kind of going through and fixing little things as I can, right? I kind of like look at this as just we have a whole bunch of M's that are running baselines, and I'm just kind of getting a stream of issues back from this thing that I can fix. Top right, point Tetris config. 41k. I think we've gotten like 70k before or something, but it's very much just a function of compute. This is cool. What's the snake config, man? What was the score you got off of snake? If you just sort this in score instead of perf. $125 in Constellation. Okay, that's actually a very useful data point. Thank you. Can you, how fast was that, actually? I'd like the hypers for, can you just grab me the file for that snake run? Thanks. I'm just giving this thing, like, a constant stream of random little things and, like, fixing things as I can. What do you guys think of, one of the things I want to do in 5.0 is, like, cut down the clone time. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that very carefully. But, like, one obvious thing is we're shipping a ton of model files. Those could live in the website repository instead, or elsewhere. That's a helpful thing. Let's see. See, the sweeps help. The sweeps help. Okay, it's doing stuff. That's fine. Ooh, here we are. Well, for every cell. That's, yep, that's nuts. Yeah, the breakout definitely shouldn't take that long. We literally have breakout down to a second is pretty optimistic. Like 1 second breakout is optimistic. You kind of need to have a good seed for that, but you can definitely get stable solves within 1.5. Well, we have mazes full solved at 47. That's amazing. Amazing. I'd be pretty happy to drop the whole prio sampling path. It'd be really nice, you know? Prio sampling's a little bit of an annoyance. Good. Okay, it looks like this is real neural MMO bug. Kind of embarrassing. Yep, very embarrassing. Lambda was really weird on this. Is this Gamma? This is Gamma. Okay. Did I get 9.4 out of this? I don't remember having 9.4, do you? We can double check. Oh, we did get 9.4. Okay, that's good. That's very good. We do similar work, really? Oh, not really, my game. Similarly complex, maybe. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Pilot is up. Did it crash? Yeah, so does M score. Would you want me to send a PR for a robot arm? Task you'd like to see. I mean, I've been at this point, man. I'm ready to see any PR from you because I always see you doing all sorts of random stuff, and we haven't gotten any end PRs out of you. So if you have a cool robot hand, I will review a PR quite happily. Only thing I ask is that it be reasonably cleaned up to the point that I don't just like find, like I don't open the file and have the first 100 lines of it be defensive agent slop, defensive checks. Microscopy? That'd be nice. I mean, I have always said that a robot arm is like that is one of the M's I've wanted to do for like because I don't really have a huge interest in humanoids, but like industrial arms, that's a totally different story. Those are broadly very, very, very useful. They're still kind of clunky in a way, but they're pretty good. Yeah, I'll merge that glitzy for sure. Particularly if we have community interest in like doing stuff around it. I'm not super picky with env PRs either. I'm way more picky with core PRs. Yes, I'm not sure if I caught what thoughts. I mean, in general, Jess, I still consider chess to be a really good scaling task for self-play. I think it's pretty likely that the reason that we're not pushing chess further at the moment is due to deficiency in self-play. I think as a whole, self-play is not a solved problem. I don't think... Are there any direct analog comparisons on chess with self-play? I don't think there are, right? If there are, and it's just like, yeah, they use a way bigger model, I think it is worth trying that for sure. Just to see. Because even if that is the case, we can probably ablate it back down. And if nothing like that works, then it is probably just on the self-play algo, like the core algo stuff. Non-search. Okay, cool. There are no good analogs in terms of non-search. Then, I mean, in that case, I'd probably still want to take your configs and like just see if if like the performance with self play is obviously just scaling super hard on env size on model size. Like if we just crank model, if the self play just skyrockets up, then okay, we have to scale the model size, right? But if that doesn't work and it doesn't seem like there are any real levers of improvement, then I'm going to suspect it's a data diversity problem, which is fundamentally a core self-play issue. This cranking model up big time, so I'll have to ask him the sensitivity. It is possible to create tasks that just require big model. That is definitely possible. Can you go look at the like? Can you post me or whatever the architecture used by whatever that like tiny distilled chess model was that was done recently, or the Go model? It might have been a Go model, but same thing in my mind. I don't want to see it. The hell? Cluster was CPU bound. One. Okay. It still should be way faster. It's still pretty big discrepancy. Illegal moves. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Still not sure what we're gonna do with the final models here. Cluster. Oh yeah. So biasing speed, like biasing wall clock speed will give you totally different hypers, and that is correct. That is like the design of the algo. Step. Okay. I see. Reset handling mess. I guess, is there anything else I'm forgetting, guys, for like actual release of 5.0 that I said that I would do? Because obviously we got to get all the env baselines. I have final algorithm changes in development that obviously we will test on the major benchmarks. I don't know whether or not they will improve anything by a large amount, but they should simplify some things and make a little bit faster. We have addressed self-play, Jess. That is already in. We've already made massive improvements to self-play, and this is what Spencer is actively working on, and I'm going to be chatting with him as well this week on that. Sleep-related stuff. So I did a whole bunch of work porting and cleaning up specifically the self-play code. I have to chat with Spencer to see if there are any algorithmic changes he's made that would cause us to need to make a big edit to the core code. I don't think there is. But yes, I will. That will be addressed using at the minimum robocode and probably slime volley. Um, Possibly more. This is still going. Sent you stuff in dev. Hang on. Did they write out this architecture anywhere? No. Wait, 105K parameters? Tiny. You can just try this. I don't know about that, Hotsy. What do we have here? Oop. Okay. Yep. Ridiculous gamma. Overwrites number of CPU cores to 1. Ah, lovely. That will dramatically bias your results. Yes. That will dramatically bias your results. That snake config that you sent me was still very useful, though. As were some of the curves. Yes, I remember that the model is distilled Jess. I will confirm for you that I do remember the model is distilled. Distilled on search as well. Well, yeah, but just like in my mind, this is like the easiest thing ever to test, right? Like you literally just get like take Grok or anything else, get it to port the thing, like validate it bit for bit versus the original, and train it and see if it works, right? Like it's not something that like if I were going to do it manually and take a week, I wouldn't bother. Oh, I'm skeptical too, but it's like in my mind it's free. Okay, let's talk about some other stuff in the meanwhile, right? While we do this. What are we going to do about all these model files? So, we have some M's with kind of chunky assets. Most of them are pretty small. Most of them are pretty small. Some of them I could probably even have Grok or whatever just make a sprite sheet for to clean them up a little bit. Don't have to be too big. And get puffered down to like under 100 megs for sure. We don't really need to ship the models. Like the weight files with this. Trying to bench. There was a major bug apparently in the OBS for Neural MMO. So I think it might still be worth us doing like a big run to see with the broken OBS if we're still better or not. But we should set Soda pretty easily, regardless. I mean, maybe it'll still be worth running it for a trillion steps after we fixed this as well. I wouldn't be surprised. Neural MMO is very far from solved. It has some like um, NetHack level indirection on some of the stuff that you have to learn. Why do we not ship sweep ranges? We do. Huh? What are you talking about? Look at all the sweep ranges, my guy. They're inherited. If you don't specify the ranges, they all get used from the defaults. OBS? There was an OBS corruption where, like, something wasn't getting zeroed. So it was kind of getting, like, this smeared version of an observation, where, like, the enemies would kind of just, like, smear trails behind them. It was weird. It's technically still learnable, but it's very janky. I don't really want to make another repo. I guess the website needs the models anyways, so that's like a reasonable place to stick them. with the website build, right? Basically, all we'd have to do, in fact, is just do that. That's pretty easy. Okay, we have some tasks completed. Surprise me how many folks use the defaults. Oh, because the defaults are fine, Jess. You should not need to change those very much per task. Like, the default ranges on sweeps are fine. That's not great. Okay, so we need to just do this. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Almost always lower the learning rate. Really? Our learning rate range is already really low, man. Oh, lower the range. That's possibly just a bad global default in that case, honestly, Jess, because... Oops. Hang on, I gotta clean this. Scratch something without realizing it. Um, 700 mil run looks good. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it's fine. We need to change the learning rate annealing bullshit. this. And snake as well, right? We have a couple things left to figure out. I do think we're going to want to move all the stuff over. Oh, you know what we can do for the next hour while this shit runs? I was going to say NetHack, but let's not be that lazy. Hello, Puffer. He does look pretty nice. I'm very attached to our current one, though. Let's see. I'm sitting there. This here is a pufferfish. He is our mascot. And ideally, we're going to make it very easy to use him as the character in a bunch of environments. So every time I have a little bit of time where I don't know what to do, I kind of just work on this a little bit. It's weird because, like, nope. Let's see, F1, F1, F1. A little better, right? The eye's slightly too big. That's like a lot, right? If we do this. The model fucking hollow? It's not. Oh, I see the problem. Okay. Oh yeah, very, very small differences in the eyes make a huge difference. A bit in the flat in the face. Yeah, yeah, it is. Though the thing is, I can't tell. Is it flat in the face? I actually think it's too round in the face if you look on. The way that the spikes are done is definitely janky. Eyes are very, very slightly uneven, I think. Oh no, it's the fucking swim. They're not fixed correctly, are they? That's super annoying. Honestly, I'm out of energy to deal with this properly today. I think we're just gonna leave this going. And we're gonna chill for a little bit while this runs. Try the net hack thing out again. See if I can understand what our agent is doing a little bit better. And then call it. I'll be right back. Oh, let's see what we have. Anything else on neural MMO to do? Earlier breakout plot in the Discord. Way better. Yeah, that's more reasonable. Quick net hack break before dinner. And this is specifically to try to figure out if we can play like the agent. We're on level 3. Yeah, we're on level 3. Cool. This is Gnomish Mines. We're basically just seeing whether the agent's dumb strat gets you pretty far. I'm very tempted to start dipping longsword at level 5. Oops. Teleport trap. Can you run the other M's? I mean, we have lots of different baselines we're working on at the moment to run. Oh, lovely. Okay, cool. Fun trap. Where the heck is this entrance? Am I dumb? On the left, maybe? I mean, it does still... You have to learn exploration. Even if you're rushing levels, you have to learn efficient exploration. Because sometimes the entrance is just going to be really far away, and if you just kind of meander around, you'll run out of food, or like something bad will happen, right? Okay, there's our entrance. We can explore a little bit, but not too much. Teleport trap, lovely. Gas spore, lovely. Oh, lovely. Heh. That's what happens when you go too fast. First lodestone. Maybe don't pick those up. Jesus, man. No wonder. No wonder. Interesting. Trying to think about that strat. Hooks it straight down. Hmm. I mean, we didn't really get to test much of anything there, did we? What about, like... We do start with AC 0. We need this crossbow on bolts. I do kind of wonder, just by having AC 0, if this strategy works way better. It still takes a while to even test. Whoops. Oh, statues. Let's just not do that. Really want to get the attack setup going well. I think we should just do. This. No. And probably open chests. Don't really have anything good to open it with. Ration. Fish bow, interesting. I think we could learn to keep our pony with us. I think that's a reasonable thing that we could learn, right? Orcish helm, we don't need that. So actually, what do we even need? We need boots to get us to like -2. And we could wear like a robe maybe. Right? And get How am I AC 3? Wait. I started AC 0. What the heck? I'm confused. Am I crazy or did I start AC 0? Why am I now AC 3? Wait, that's crap. Did I lose? I'm confused. Did I lose something? Actually, I'm going to rewind the stream. Okay, so this is going to be... Hello? Okay, there we are. That was Dying in Gnomish Mines. Very cool. Yep, nice job. AC3. Oh, it is AC3. Huh. I could have sworn it started AC 0. That's nowhere near as good then as I'd expected. You have +1 ring mail. I guess the shield is just not. You don't get the Valk's shield, right? Shop. I don't really think this is gonna be a. Hang on, actually. This might be a free. Oh, I'm dead. Floating eye. Okay. If I'm less careless with floating eye. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to do the strat that the agent does and just speedrun it because, like, there's too much micro that you just screw up. What? Yeah, that's a mute. Jesus. Um. Wait, hang on. This is the wrong one. Roll. It's not class. It's roll. Hmm. Okay, that's tough. So it's not super simple, really. Am I muted? No. I muted myself on this stream. Should be good. Anyone else can confirm. Oh, looks good on my end. Okay. I just wanted to do that real quick because I wanted to try a couple things on NetHack that I'd been thinking of. It is somewhat annoying to not be able to test the strat that the agent uses efficiently. I think if anything, I'm more impressed now that it gets, well, average depth 10 with a long tail. Hard to say. We move all the models out. Redo sweeps. We still have this thing to deal with. So this version of the code basically just needs to sweep 2048 now, I'd say. We can actually do that here. Yeah, this is not effective at all. I'm just being kind of dumb at the moment. This needs to get swept. I really, really don't want to have to pack all this stuff up. Can I just overnight this thing? I think I can. Another thing I can do is I can fix the architecture, right? That should help. Yeah, we'll fix the architecture. I got hypers. 1 second. Hey, convert. I mean, we have lots of things fixed up already now. But the main thing is getting the algo changes merged in. And making sure I didn't break anything in the process of doing that. That's what we're going to figure out now. I swear if this is some bullshit again. If this is the same guy that's been making AI PRs for the last week. Oh no, it's not. This is glitzy. Good. This is glitzy. Good. I killed this intentionally, glitzy, because you never use protein other than for the entire program, right? This is fine. Nice. I can merge this. Let me get everything stable, and then I'll merge lots of stuff. Just leaned it out. Okay. Yeah, I thought about that for a while, but then I was like, why do we have all these lines of just freeze when this is never ever going to be used outside of the whole program? Yeah, if you want to split it and push again, that saves me a few minutes, thank you. One commit with everything. I do not care how you structure your commits. If you auto commit on every keystroke, hang on, one exception. If you like auto commit on every keystroke or every save and have like 1,000 commits or some bullshit, then I'm gonna get a little bit annoyed. But as long as you're not like whoever that guy is that does that, it's like on like the most most commits ever, whatever. Like as long as you don't do that, I don't care. That's the exception. Robocode was me, Tosin, and Spencer. Anybody else commit to that? I forget if anybody else did that. Robocode as as a template, yeah. That can run, that's fine. Okay, so we have max constant LR. On TCG. On the website, but it is in Get. It is in Get. Where the heck is it? Huh? It's supposed to be in here somewhere. I don't know where that went. Did I call it something else? Well, I'm sure that source is somewhere. We can find that and grab it if anybody wants to finish it. It's supposed to be on Git, so it's probably somewhere in the tree. You can probably just search it. I think it was just TCG originally. It's not intentionally closed source or anything. We say right on the website that we don't have, like, we don't do that. Our stuff's all open. So that's just a mistake, straight up. Okay, the GPUs are all idle. Actually, look how quickly we can commit this stuff up. Fine. We should just commit everything, right? Actually, I can do it right from here. Oh, okay, it's nothing. Yeah, if you found it in Git history and you'd like to help us clean that up, by all means. I think that one was vaguely based off of Magic the Gathering to begin with. It could pretty easily be a generic TCG sim. I think the code for that was actually pretty decent as well. I wrote, like, that's one of the M's that I wrote personally. Or at least, I don't think I wrote the latest version of it personally, but I wrote a version of it. First version of it I wrote personally. I have to go in a second, guys. Wondering whether Puffer likes doing search. Thorell. No, we do just like mostly on Paul, um, fast sim, like no search. We actually have a big project on chess, trying to do chess without search. Search is cool where it's applicable. I don't see any general way to like do search everywhere though. Um, and like a lot of the problems I care about in particular, search doesn't make a ton of sense to me. You can kind of do something similar-ish with state sets, but it wouldn't be like MCTS. So yeah, I'm not super big on search generally. Also, I haven't ever seen a version of it that's like reasonably fast. You kind of light compute on fire quite quickly. Thanks, Glitzy. I really gotta go in a second. I'm just launching the sweep. But I will check that after. I do have a fair number of people watching. Hang on, let me log this in. Just check. Oh yeah. So I will give a quick summary up in it. Yeah, I will give a quick summary of what I've been working on today, and then I'll call it. So essentially, right, we have all these envs that are on the 4.0 version of the code. They had to get ported up to 5.0. They're just a ton of miscellaneous stupid little quirks with different things going wrong. So I kind of just got an 8 GPU box and like had Grok go through all the different M's and fix very small things and like, report errors back, and I just handled a lot of different errors myself with that. We merged in a few critical fixes. We fixed a bunch of M's that were having bad results that had regressions. On the side here, we also have some new algo tests with a sweep running here, and there will be a sweep running over here in a second as well. I don't know what this is doing, but whatever. This is a one-off. So ideally, we're going to be able to get the final algorithm changes tested in by tomorrow. And then I'll be able to merge the algo changes with a bunch of simplifications. I'll be able to clean up the code quite a lot. And then after that, I will be able to merge in all the end fixes. And we will be able to clean up 5.0 release and at least have a stable pre-release the end of this weekend. Offers anti-cancer software. Thank you. State sets is, we were going to do this in 5.0, but we ended up switching our goals for 5.0 and 6.0, so state sets is actually going to be 6.0. $250K. So when you say 250K SPS, like, is that 250K searches, or is it like 250K X something? This doesn't make any bloody sense to me. Search is depth dependent. 250K neural net evals. Wait, 1024 times 250k positions evaled? That doesn't make any sense to me. That's... Wait, that doesn't make sense. You can't do 250k batches of 1024 per second. That's 250 million through the network per second. That's not possible. How is each neural net eval doing 1024 positions? Batch size. Yeah, but you can't be doing 250k calls over batch size 1024 per second. That's not possible. Wait, 250, 2.5 mil. 25, yeah, no, you can't have, because it'd be 250 million, obviously, right? 250 million items through per second is not possible. Inflated, yeah. That's not possible. That would be like double or triple the perf of Puffer on our like stupid fast GPU ends with a trivially small network. The GPUs doesn't go that fast. Okay, I have to go. I can't figure this out right now. Grok is retarded. There's your evaluation of the new model. This is a completely stupid fix. It's like, yeah, it's fine all day, and then it does some like 12-year-old level idiocy. So whatever. Thank you everyone. Please start the puffer on GitHub. It's all open source. I'll be back probably tomorrow, maybe tomorrow or Friday, streaming more of this. We'll get all this cleaned up, and I'm going to be streaming a lot on Friday and over